Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
We're calling the June. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
15th. Calling the Board of Directors meeting to order. It is 9:08 this morning. If we could please all stand. It is for a moment of silence. If we could please all stand. For a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance.
I
I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Texas pledge.
No. I know, that thing does not roll off the tongue, not at all.
All right, we'll establish a quorum. All four of the board members are present and one is Zooming, so we have a quorum. All right, let's go ahead.
Can you hear us?
John, can you hear us?
I can, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from last month?
I saw on the minutes. I saw one thing that was a clerical error. At least it's how I read it. It's on the treasurer's report side. And the last sentence says we put 3,000 and gained 12,000 in interest. So I know that's just clerical, but if you read that a year from now, it might be confusing.
Okay,
12,000 in interest? That's exciting.
with only $3,000.
But it says we put 3,000 and gained 12,000 in interest. Did we gain 12,000 in interest off of $3,000?
And more like a
We'd be
$1.20.
hopping.
It was more like 1,200 off 300 grand, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve the minutes with that amendment?
I so moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Abstain. I was not here, so I abstained.
Three of us voted.
Yes, three approved. The minutes are approved. Secretary's report. Do you have it? No? Okay. Treasurer's report.
Okay, looks like because we have an extra pay period that got in there, so overall for the whole year, it looks like almost 20,000 negative running total losses. Okay, so in the Texas Community Credit Card account, we've got about $108,000. Very much like to see a lot of that move into Fidelity to get us some interest earnings. Working on that. General Fund, $270,000, also zero APR. I'd very much like to see a lot of that move into Fidelity as well. And in the surety bond in the Texas, the other bank and trust account, in the reserve fund, we have a surety bond for the dump. It's $161,000. Currently, we're paying 1% to renew it every year, and then it's sitting there at 1.2 APR. I'm going to work with whoever of another bank or this bank to actually put it in the CD or some other form so we can actually earn it. It'll be like $3,000 to $6,000 difference in the interest if we get that done. Expires in July the 14th, so we're working to get that thing switched, and that's all I got. Thanks.
Okay.
Can I answer to that?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Kevin, is it possible that we can remedy that in the next 30 days? Put in the monies where we're getting interest?
I would love to do that, so I think we're going to talk about that. I think it would be beneficial to us for our money to make money.
I know we have talked about it in the past. I think it's reasonable that we can do it by next board meeting.
I would say so.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, I was also gonna say, the golf course looks like they're funds are up 20K over last year. So with all the due diligence on the golf course, of course, there's a lot more expenses to get it back up to shape, but it's good to see it's being used more. The motel is down, and it's purely a lack of water. You know, we've had a lot of cancellations without the pool or the spring. And let me see what else I was gonna just highlight. The RV park is doing well. It is still on track as of last year because of the workers we have, so there's not been a dip in our RV park revenue. And that's about it. The third payroll, the extra payroll per month is about 15K, so that makes a big difference in the bottom line for the month of May.
It would be me.
It's not all you.
No, I mean, you know, there's 2 months out of the year where you have an extra pay period, so, you know, you take the hit. I mean, we gotta pay it one way or another, right?
Yeah.
Regarding the golf course, I have not received an update whether or not Mr. Max has gotten that final piping so the water can be out.
No, they,
So we can water more.
let's try to do this. It's not working.
There we go.
Is that on? I just put it on, but it's not.
Just turn it off. I want to turn it back on.
Just tap it, don't hold it.
I'll just tap it. Oh, there.
Oh. Okay, no. Okay, I wish this. So they had a delay, the company that builds it, they actually have to build it. So they got all the parts in. One of their machines, which is called a lather, had broke down, so it kind of delayed us getting the pump. So I talked to Max last night about 9:15 on my way home from the Seminole meeting yesterday. And he said he's hoping we should have it by next week. They're still watering, it's still looking good. We did have a few issues with a couple of sprinkler heads that we're working on that had also broke, but we did have sprinkler heads that we bought already. So we had those in stock for them to fix that. So that's where we are right at the moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For TV land purposes, and we'll use the mic.
Okay, general manager's report.
Alrighty then. I will stand so y'all can hear me.
There you go.
Okay, so the motel. The support beam and fascia has been replaced and painted at the Pack Hall. All of the fascia has been completed. On the other side, where the beam is at this end, on the left-hand side, if you're standing in front of it, that support beam on the corner also needs to be done. It's decaying, it's rotting. I've already got a bid for that. I will be talking to the board about that. I would like to be proactive so we can get that done, hopefully by the end of this year. It'll be fine till the end of this year. It wasn't as bad as the other one, but it still needs to be done. And the more we're proactive, the less money we'll spend because it won't get as deteriorated if we just wait, if that makes sense. We've upgraded all the bedspreads in Patton Hall, so they're not the old looking 70s style. So that way when people come, they'll see kind of a more modernized looking hotel room. I also been working with Russell. He's given me a whole disc full of all of our historical pictures on the fort, and I am looking at getting probably a canvas at some point of the pictures to go above the beds, because we don't have a backboard, or I should say a headboard. So I would like to showcase our history in our hotel rooms, so when people come to stay, they can see that. So I'll be working with the board, letting them know what I'm going to do. I haven't had a chance because my door is kind of revolving and doesn't stop. So I really don't get a whole bunch of time to breathe. So I'm just going to have to mark some days out of my time and just say, I can't talk to anybody so I can get some work done. We also put in plugins in all of the rooms to make them smell better. Linen and cotton. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but you know what? When you go in there and it smells musty, this made it all much better. We also started supplying little travel shampoos and conditioners and body and facial soap. I also went to the dollar store and bought these cute little crates and painted them all at home, waterproofed them, so that we can put them all in there and put them on the little sink. And then for women that go in there, this is a new thing. I've done a lot of traveling and had to stay in hotels a lot. When women wash her face, makeup gets on it, it ruins the towels, and it doesn't come out with bleach. So they now make black washcloths so you can wash your face. So those little black washcloths will go in the little crate on the sink. So it'll look nice. And at some point in time, I'm gonna put hair dryers in the rooms too. Just letting you all know, it's coming, okay? I believe that's it for the motel. Member services, we are continuing on working on delinquent accounts, which we have quite a few people on payment plans. We are still trying to get emails. We do need that. That will definitely help. But we're doing good. People are responsive. But if they're not, at some point in time, they're going to get a 209 letter. And then they're going to go to court. And then we're going to go from there. Because I don't have time for people that owe us money. They need to pay, just like everybody else. But we are doing our due diligence and giving them 30-day notices, 60-day notices, and then they're going to get that letter. And then we are advocating, like I said, for email updates. And if you know people, just maybe you all can help me and just say, hey, did you go to the office and update your email? So then that way we can have all that information. It will just make invoicing so much easier, because I'm going to be honest, at the end of the day, we spent, how much money did we spend on mailing out letters?
$900.
$900. You know what I could do with $900 instead of mailing out paper? Exactly. So we want to be proactive. We need to start emailing, and we need to start doing stuff electronically. I'm going to be a hippie here, and I'm going to say, let's save the trees. They're dying out there anyway, so let's not kill any more. All right, so RV park. I'm proud of that RV park. I've been doing a lot of work out there. We painted bathrooms, we changed out lights, we power washed the both porches, we sealed them. We have planted some nice grass seed. We took out all of those planters that were out there that just had weeds in there, so they raked them all out. We got rid of all the broken furniture on the porches. The cat is no longer in the day room, so it stinks like pee in there. So the day room has been done. I got fitted tablecloths, so I don't know if you played bridge out there lately. You should have nice tablecloths out there. We're also going to be painting the, you know where the TV sits? The cabinets over there, we're going to...
Yeah, you're still on.
Oh, okay. We're going to be painting those. And then, you know the one building where the kitchen is, and you have the big trash thing out there that's really unsightly when people stand out on the porch? Well, I got picket fences for them to build a cover or another partial, so we don't have to see that when people are there. It just is not very pretty. So Ryan will be painting the doors. We'll be getting new women and women's bathrooms and male bathrooms on the doors. I am looking at fixing the sinks in there because those are pretty scary. And we got some new ACs because the ACs went out. So we replaced those. So I really want to make the park really, how do I want to say, where people see it and like, oh man, I want to stay there. That's what we need. And we also, I just signed up. Now, I believe we were already members of the Good Sam. And I negotiated a price with them because we paid $3,800 last year for the whole year. Now, they do have us on the website. They do have us in the magazine. We are on the map. But I got it $1,000 less because I also put us in the RV Texas Travel and Camping Guide. So for both those, it was still less than what last year what the Good Sam was. So they did an inspection. They gave us an 8 out of 10. I can get an 8.5 if I cover up the water heaters in there and they're not exposed. So we're going to be working on that so we can raise our grading on that. Any questions? Nope. Yes.
What is the 209 report of butter? What does it say?
I'll let Lisa explain that one.
That is it's the statute, the 209 property code. It's an official letter that we have to send out before we can do collections or anything like that.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Governor.
Yes, sir.
In regards to the blow dryers, the hair dryers. Before we do that, are we still focused on doing the electrical assessment on the hotel?
Oh yeah, the blow dryer is just not going to be like tomorrow. It'll be a while before we get them, but it's on my agenda to make our motel so people don't have to worry about going to the office and saying, hey, I need a blow dryer. So yes, all the stuff that we need to do first before a blow dryer will come first.
And then I have no problem with the hair dryer.
Yeah.
It's more so that if we're on track to get the electrical system and the plumbing systems assessed at the motel as we discussed in the previous times.
Yeah, I have Carlos working on that.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome, sir. All right. And then let's see. So that's it for the RV park. Our golf course pro shop and golf course tree cleanup still going on. They still got brush they're getting rid of. The water pump, as I already explained, we're waiting. Hopefully it'll be here next week. Our maintenance crews have all been working at different areas. Now next week we will be working on the pro shop, so they'll be painting it. So hopefully we can get it in one day where our maintenance will be helping the golf maintenance, and they'll do this all at one time. David Mann is going to be working on all the tables on the outside, and he's going to be redoing them because they're warped. They just don't look good, and we really can't have functions out there because of that. So him and I have been working together on that. He's going to be taking care of that, which I'm very thankful for him. And I think that's it for the golf course, unless anybody has questions about that. All right. So events. All right. Our farmers market was a success. We've got some good takebacks. I talked to Russell. He gave us some pointers. We are going to try our best to look at some things that we can do to make it cooler. Because at the end of the day, it is the best place to have that, but maybe, I don't know, I'm gonna have to get some feedback from people. Maybe we can get some portable coolers just in those areas along with the fans to help with the heat. And I know when it starts cooling off, it won't be so bad, but I know our next one is in August 3rd. You already have our vendors signing up for it. And by then I will have something that will help with the heat. I don't know yet, but I will get it. But I was extremely happy. We had a great crowd, but we did learn that we don't want to do it till 4 o'clock. Our crowd was mostly from 10 to 12:30, and after that it slowed down. So we're going to do it 8 to 2, which will be perfect. And right now we're only going to do it every other month. Maybe next year we may do it every month, but I've got the 4th of July coming up, and that would have been just too much to do in that 1 month. So, any questions on that? Okay. All right, so let's see. All right, so 4th of July. I know we have some questions that's going to come up about this, but let me tell you what we have going on. So we have a parade. It's going to start at the School of Bracket. It is going to go and it's going to end at the Butcher Block. We have food vendors, we have craft vendors. We are also working with Community Council, and they have donated $550. Thank you, Francis, and the Community Council. They're going to be selling, I think, wine coolers and food and hot dogs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wine, hot dogs, watermelon salad.
All right, awesome. And we're going to be working side by side at the Duck Inn. I'm going to call it the Duck Shack, but I guess it's the Duck Inn. So, and we purchased a commercial margarita maker because we would like to be able to offer that, because at our farmers market, we had people asking us for a wine and beer at the farmer's market. So we decided we're gonna use that. And then we will be able to also rent that out as well for people that rent the NCO club, or they go to the Dickman. If they want to, they can also rent that as well, which can be an additional income for us. And who doesn't like a margarita? Okay, but not at 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, maybe some might. I know he was gonna say that. So here's what we're doing. We have a mechanical bull, we have pony rides, we have bouncy castle, we have face painting, we have a train ride, because this is also for a lot of kids as well. And we are teaming up with Bracket. We are going to be a team together, which I talked to the mayor yesterday. He's very excited to work with us and kind of work together for some of our events. We also have the margaritas, the beer. Like I said, community council is going to be there helping. We have a DJ that's going to be there, and we got shades for the top. My maintenance guy that made the poles, we bought shades so that way if people want to go out there and dance and have a good time, they're not going to burn to death. Okay? Just to let you know. And of course, any donations will be welcome. We've already raised $16.50 as of today. I will be sending out more dispatches so I can beg for some help. But because altogether, it's going to be about $6,000. Now, part of that's a margarita machine, which did cost a bit, but we will recoup that, I'm sure, with the margarita cost that we are charging, and with rentals. So most of the stuff that we have done, we'll be able to use again. So we were thinking ahead, so that way we can make money in the future as well. Sometimes you have to put out a little in order to recoup and get for the future. But I'm excited. So here's where we may have maybe disagreements, but let's talk about it. We're going to do it down by the pool. I know there's no water. Maybe there may be water if it rains, but we can't count on that. But down by the pool has shade. You're not going to go out there and sweat to death. I mean, you will sweat, but we will all have shade. There is shade everywhere down there. The grass is green. It's beautiful. We've got the duck inn. We've got bathrooms. We have places for the vendors to go. I've got a whole trail for me to take those kids, because I'm going to be the conductor for the train. So I have a whole trail that I'm going to do with those kids. It's a beautiful area. Now, I know I'm new, and I know that the butcher block is where everybody's always saw the fireworks. So I'm going to put this out there. I've already talked to Philip, who I think most of you know is the chief of the fire department. Where the pool is, behind there, there is a huge, what is it? It's the volleyball net that's over there. Well, we're going to take that down. But if you go back there, the whole area is open. Beautiful area. Shade. You're not sweating. You're not dying out there. You can do the fireworks out there, and he said there's no problem. Now, everybody can still go to the butcher block because you'll still be able to see it. Now, if anybody has any concerns or you want to talk about it later, I'll be very happy to hear you out. But understand, if everybody's there, we don't have to move. It's all in one area. Now, it would be fantastic if we had the pool too, but think about sweating. The butcher block is beautiful, but it's also a tinderbox right now. That would be more of an area that fires could start than where we're going to be at right now. And I implore you to just think about it, because we're still going to do the parade over there. We still love what we have on this fort. I'm not trying to change things, but what I'm trying to do is think smartly. And if you have everything in one area, then people don't have to walk or go. You can still enjoy it from over there if you want to. I'm just throwing that out there, okay? And if you want to talk to me later, yes?
Hold on a second, I got a question.
Sure.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Has anyone volunteered to pay for the fireworks?
We are still working on donations.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen on TV land, we need donations for the 4th of July event. please contact Ms. Cavender as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Memo.
You have to pay for that, Ed.
Yes,
Well-
Travis.
So I'll step up to the mic. Thank you for putting this event on. I think it's going to be wonderful. All the events for the kids, the train, and all that face paint is going to be wonderful. I would like to highlight that we have a state drought declaration. We have a county drought declaration. And in the county declaration, it says that we do not have the resources to fight a fire if there is one that happens in this county. You have a drought contingency plan for the entity that supplies the water to the fort. In that drought contingency plan, one of the reasons that that is put in place is to secure the ability to fight a fire if there was one to come out. That is a provision in that document. I have spoken to the GM there. He does not believe that we have the water that would be, if there's an issue, if we have a fire, absolutely the water will be available. We should not put a situation in front of ourselves, cause it ourselves, where we could actually have a fire and have to use the water that we already do not have enough of. And I know that it's a long shot that we may have a fire or whatever. I was in Lake Austin at a professional fireworks show where they caught a house on fire for New Year's Eve. Professional fireworks show.
Right.
And it happens. It can happen.
It can.
The city of Fort Worth in 2022 set their entire creekside on fire after they started their own fireworks show.
Right.
I understand that there has been conversations with the fire department here, but I think that you will see several county entities advise against this. I spoke to the judge's office. They do not think that this is a wise thing to do. And I would recommend that we look at something more like a laser show or some other thing that we can display in the sky and accompany with the things that you already have planned. But I think putting ourselves in a situation where we are going to put the fort in danger because of the brush. And one other thing that I'd like to recommend, if you're going to have it at the location that you mentioned, there is a provision in the state law that requires the distance from the fireworks show into any chemicals that are stored to talk to MUD to make sure that there are no chemicals for water treatment that are stored in that building.
Okay.
So,
No
Thank you.
worries, but
Thank
yeah.
you for
And I will have Philip make sure that he looks at or talks to fire department as well. And, if we can't have fireworks, then we won't. But then that also means Uvalde shouldn't have one, or
They're
Del
not.
Rio. They're
They've
not.
already said they're not.
They're all not having fireworks.
El Paso has, so,
Okay,
Texas
this is-
enforcers.
This is kind of off topic. You're giving your report. And if there, we appreciate the concerns and Charlene will look into those, but
Yeah,
we need
we
to
can, if
finish.
you want to if we can have a meeting in my office,
Absolutely.
I will be very happy to speak with you guys, all right?
Ms. Cavender, as a potential plan B, as far as location, we could consider having it where we've had them in the past since it's the last event of the night anyway.
Yeah, but it's still gonna
Plan
cause
B.
the same issue.
Well, but there's less trees over here.
I'm
just saying
There's
this.
more Fort Clark buildings we might burn down, like the
Yeah,
motel.
there's no buildings over where we're at, right?
Anyway, just
But yeah,
plan B.
it is,
Plan
I
B.
had already said that we would consider that as well.
Plan B.
Yeah,
Something
But-
to think about. You could do a laser light show on the limestone of
If we
the,
can afford
You
it.
know,
of
here-
the amphitheater.
I totally understand, but you know what? Right now, I mean, 4th of July is in a couple weeks. That's just, you can't plan that right now. And it would be way too costly. Now, if we were planning that 2 months in advance, which any event that has to happen, because I've planned events for 14 years, you have to plan them 2 to 3 months in advance. So right now, it's just not feasible to do last minute. Yes, sir.
I just want to present, My name's Keith Seaver. I've been here for over, I don't know how many years, since about '87. And last time we had the American flag been flying down here at the pool was back in 2016 when we had President Trump, 4th of July.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is, I already folded up the flag for y'all. All you gotta do is have maintenance and security and properly put it up,
Okay.
okay? Because they haven't been doing, well, there's another subject I'll talk to you about, but things are happening that I don't wanna say right now in front of everybody,
Okay.
because it's the truth. And people don't like hearing the truth. So I'm gonna present this to you.
Okay.
Thanks. This basic American flag, here's the road, got shackled off, clips already measured out. Here's a can of white paint to paint that white horse up there. If they want to paint the rest of the pole, they can paint the pole, but paint that white horse up there. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you. German, God bless you all.
What is your name, sir?
Keith Seaver.
Keith Seaver, I've been here since November of '87, and Jason Long remembers because, well, he don't remember then, but back in '95 when he first got down there, he used to remember when we cruised up down along this fort. I mean, it was immaculate. Look
Well,
down,
I'm trying.
I know, but there was all this, no, it's just immaculate. People not want to do their job.
All right, thank you. This isn't the place to do that right now.
Yes, it is. I gotta bring this to the front because everybody has scales on their eyes. You don't want to see the truth.
We have an agenda that we're following.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that, and we will put it up, okay? Alright. So the next thing is security. We hired a part-time employee, who will be able to fill in for vacations and people that, call in sick. He will be working part-time. We also, I hear this is a sore subject with our residents, that some people don't want to put their membership sticker on their car. It is a thing. I am requiring it. I will be putting out a dispatch that if you are a member, you gotta have that sticker. So I'm gonna send out nice, lovely dispatches, asking you to please do that because you should be proud to have that sticker because you are a member. And we do have some new employees that may not know that you're a member, and it's extremely important for those of you that complain about security. That's a high security right there alone, not having a sticker to let us know that you're a member. So I would love to have your cooperation. I would appreciate it with all my heart, but I am going to require it, and I will hound you if you decide not to do that, okay? Okay, moving on. We are currently working on the inside of the guard shack. We will be replacing the ceiling tiles because they are damaged. We have a bathroom repairs that we're working on. We are going to be painting and repairing some of the stonework out there. Maintenance, we have a small reminder, brush is picked up on the third Wednesday and Thursday of every month. I encourage our residents to maybe wait a few days before that actually happens. I know that's not always possible. I'm just encouraging that. I'm also working on a dedicated landscaping crew for us so that they will be working 5 days a week, all day long, on all landscaping, which includes units, which includes every unit. And while we're on the subject of units, Unit 1, I spoke with Constance. I went over there, I looked at the parking lot. We will be putting a temporary fix for now, but we will eventually have to spend more money on asphalt to do it properly. But to prevent any accidents and safety, we are going to be putting some stuff out there to help that area, okay? And then the fitness center refresh has been completed. We did try to power wash the concrete, but whoever decided to put their stuff on the sidewalk, it didn't come off. So we're gonna have to paint it now with cement paint, which will look just as nice. And then Dickman Hall, the ice machine has been repaired. I am gonna be working on people who are renting at the hangar because I don't think we have a complete count of everybody that's renting out there. And I need to have that information. And then our front fence, I know somebody mentioned to me about the front fence. I have a bid on that. All I'm waiting on is the insurance claim from the person who crashed into our fence, which I put in the claim. I just have to follow up with them to see what that cost is. what we're gonna get back on that damage. And once I've got that, then I can go ahead and move forward with the fix of the whole front fence, okay? And I believe that's it. I was pretty winded, so. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
You better be nice.
Thank you, Charlene. You are welcome. All right, committee reports. Airport, do we have an airport report?
I think so. Yes. The airfield was mowed and treated for fire ants and mesquite twice this last month. While the grass isn't growing, the mesquite thrives. Fort Clark Springs Airport pilots, in partnership with Little Dreamers Foundation and EAA Chapter 1608, hosted 7 aircraft and 12 pilots to stage for a Junior Aviation Day held at the Del Rio International Airport on May the 18th, 2024. All of the pilots stayed at the Fort Motel. At the Junior Aviation Day, over 100 children were in attendance from Brackettville, Del Rio, Comstock, and Uvalde. 80 of them were flown in the aircraft that we hosted, along with the local aircraft. Thank you to Maria Perkins for all the work she put into making that event happen. We're hoping to bring back our open house events that we used to host pre-COVID. More details to come in the fall. Thank you, Stan.
Architecture. I'm gonna try not to skip over anything.
It's real short.
Ms. Bitter, can you give me 1 second?
Yes.
Regarding this aviation thing, this aviation day, I'm not sure the airport committee ever reached out to us because I never saw a dispatch inviting Fort Clark children or anything else. Is that correct?
They were invited through the school system.
Oh, through the school system?
Through the school.
Oh,
Okay.
awesome.
But, okay.
Since your last meeting, we've approved 3 permits, tabled 1, and waived the fees on 1 violation with the agreement that the violation will be corrected by July the 15th. We're sending out multiple violations.
A lot of violations, a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good.
Ms. Bitters, also, FYI, I saw what was placed on Facebook regarding someone taking pictures.
I am the old lady.
Yes. I, for one, am very,
And proud of it.
I'm very, I, for one, as a member, am very appreciative of your efforts. The person who posted that, needs to be minding his manners, because, I'm sure, he has issues as well on his property.
And he is receiving a violation.
Thank you.
Because I'm targeting you.
Don't give him any special attention.
Any other questions for architecture? Yeah. Okay. Golf committee report?
Yes, we have 1 report. Good morning. The golf committee has not held any tournaments since the shrimp boil held last month. We do, however, continue to assist with and support other tournaments if help is needed. We have awarded 2 $1,000 scholarships to 2 Brackettville Independent School District seniors, as we have done every year. Have a great summer. Stay hydrated on the golf course. If you're playing in the heat of the day, respectfully submitted, Katie Brown.
Thank you, both.
Preservation.
No.
Oh.
Get out of the habit.
You're like, I'm not the chair anymore.
You were the habit.
Good morning, everybody. My report will make up for her short one. Okay, this is submitted by Constance Kilgore. Anyway, we met this past Wednesday. We had 2 guests from the Kinney County Historical Commission, Becky Moore and Daryl Borden. Their topic was maintaining and cleaning historical plaques. Fort Clark has 17 historical plaques and 8 historical medallions on our property. We will start a restoration project on the historical plaques and medallions in the fall of 2024 when the weather is cooler. Jack Marsh, head of the Repair and Maintenance Task Force, gave a report on their recent inspection of plagued historical buildings. Bats are roosting during the winter months in Seminole Hall, and their access to the building needs to be closed. Dickman Hall and the Service Center are also needing work done as well. H.N. Bidder met with, why do everybody want to put an S on the end of their name?
I don't know, it's
Yeah, sorry.
only one of them.
H.N. Bidder met with the Historical Society as they maintain 2 historical buildings. The Historical Society will be providing the Preservation Committee written reports on repairs and other needed repairs. This means the floor will have a written record of all repairs made to the plagued historical buildings. I don't know if that's the right word. H.N. Bidder has agreed to be the official liaison between the Preservation Committee and the Historical Society. H.N. Bidder also reported that the Community Council is giving the Preservation Committee a gift of $4,000. We are very grateful for this gift. A discussion followed and a vote was taken to accept this gift and that the $4,000 be spent repairing the broken windows in the commissary building. The vote was unanimous for accepting the gift, of course, what kind of idiot wouldn't, and spending the money on the commissary building. We reviewed the repairs needed on Dickman Hall and the Service Center and the bids to make the repairs. The vote was unanimous to accept the bid to repair these issues. We will be sending the bids to the Board of Directors for your approval. Respectfully submitted, Constance Kilgore. Thank you, ma'am.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the bids for the commissary, who's the contractor?
MK Builders.
Okay, normally you should have 3 bids, and we have another bid coming up. So
Okay,
I would
good.
wait until you get that one, because I did not know this, because Ms. O'Brien reached out to me and asked if Carlos, our contractor that just did the support beam at the motel, would bid on it, and he just went out there Friday and bid for the same areas that was in there.
Right.
Darlene,
Our problem,
Yes.
you need to use a microphone so that.
Oh, I'm
those
so
on
sorry.
For TV land.
Oh,
yeah, see, I could.
so sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. The problem that we normally have here is that getting contractors to come here. And do they have any knowledge of our historic buildings?
Carlos does, yes.
Yeah, I've heard of him. So anyway, we will,
Yeah.
you know, all bids are
Just look
welcome.
at it, yeah, I would
Yeah.
just look at it, because I don't know if Linda is doing this separately, and maybe not, maybe, yeah, communicating that, because she's called me several times.
I don't
So I did send him out there to do the bid, and Philip was out there as well,
know. Okay,
so-
good.
to show
Yeah.
him where,
Yeah.
so.
Speaking of the motel, and I don't know if you mentioned this to her, your contractor that repaired the posts on the motel down there on the end, why did they put up a bent smash downspout?
What?
The downspout that they put up,
Drain.
No, it was all right, ma'am. It
We
was all right
didn't, we
there.
didn't do a
It's
drain.
been like that for a couple of years.
mash,
Yeah, it was smashed a couple of years ago.
was it? I
Yes,
just-
ma'am.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
didn't do
anyway, I
any
did,
Yes.
drains.
yeah, I just thought I,
They probably
Okay.
just took it off and put it back on.
yeah, well, I thought maybe they could
They could have
straighten
popped it
it.
out.
or
There
something.
would have probably been more, but I mean, it wasn't something that he put the bid on. The bid was for the support beam and the
And that was
fascia
it,
only
that was
and
it.
painting it, yes.
They didn't, nobody does anything extra.
Well,
Except for MK.
Thank you all.
Can I make one statement about the windows on the commissary building?
oh, sure.
Because these are not just ordinary window repairs. You have to be somebody like, that we've already had in here, that's willing to tackle these windows, because they're not a standard. Somebody that has commercial experience, and somebody that's well acquainted with these windows to have them repaired correctly.
Correct. So Carlos has been working with Russell.
Okay.
So he's also given bid on some work that Russell wanted done at the museum as well. So before he would do anything, Russell's my go-to.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, recycle.
Recycle.
That's it.
Short and sweet. Since December, we have 15 bales and 17 boxes of other stuff. We're gonna be closed July 4th because it is a Thursday, and that really helps my schedule since I'm short on volunteers. Definitely need a volunteer. Please call the office and give your name, and I will contact you and work with you. That's it. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. McBride,
Yeah.
can you give us a quick update on your current request for private funds?
Oh, well, I was gonna ask community council. It sounds like they've been awfully generous. I'm looking for a forklift, possibly new, but acceptable if it's reconditioned. I put a grant in to Union Pacific Railroad, and we'll see. I find out in September.
September.
Because
Yeah,
we remain on standby then.
Oh, yeah, and I asked for 25,000. They give 5 to 30. So, and I explained within the grant that 25 will do, but 30 would be, I could get a new one for 30 probably. So we'll
That's
see,
great.
but yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I would encourage all members to pray for this grant because the forklift is desperately needed here at Park Springs. And they're very expensive and we're trying to, well, she's doing all the work and trying to get us that machine for us that will save the port money in the long run.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wayne.
Yeah, just a postscript. I have no idea how old this forklift is. It was given to us as a used forklift from an oil company in Odessa. When the CEO moved here, we decided to get a recycle center. So he generously gave us an old used forklift. So that was in 2010,
probably.
I believe, yeah. And so we've been using it since, but it's pathetic. Last year we had 4 oil leaks, and for the generous John Wiley actually brought it to Uvalde to Reno's Rentals, who took probably 3 months, so we were down 3 months, and overcharged us to repair these 4 oil leaks. And then we brought it back and, you know, we're getting by. So far, no more oil leaks. But I talked to the mechanic out there and he said, well, this is probably gonna happen again. And I thought, no way, we gotta get a new one. So that's my story.
Thank you, Elena. And in case nobody heard, that is volunteers, please contact the front office for the recycle center. You are much needed.
Helena, we'll put out a dispatch for you.
Yeah.
too.
Community council report.
Thank you.
Well, here I am again like a bad habit. This is the Community Council report, June 15th, 2024. The Community Council met last Saturday and voted to give $5,000 to Preservation. Preservation Committee voted to accept $4,000 so we would have money to donate to 4th of July and Ghostly Tours. For 4th of July, we are underwriting the pony rides and the mechanical bull. We will be working in conjunction with the Ford on both events. For 4th of July, we'll be selling wine, water, hot dogs, chili dogs, watermelon and watermelon salad at the Duck Inn. We need volunteers to step up and help us man the booth, especially our licensed wine sellers. Since Halloween is on Thursday and the kids have school on Friday, We have decided to have ghostly tours on November 1st and 2nd. We'll be working in conjunction with and supporting the fort in this endeavor. Behind the scenes, work is underway for 4 o'clock days. The first organizational meeting will be held in September. The second gun raffle is underway. Tickets can be purchased from raffle committee members or online. The second gun raffle is underway. Oh, I just said that, I'm sorry. Tom Kovacs would like to install his AED unit at the fitness center. We have verbal approval, but would like to have written permission from the GM and the board. Community Council voted to lease another AED and we'll be deciding where to place it. There are 4 o'clock days and solar eclipse t-shirts and solar eclipse koozies for sale in the admin building and Sutler store. We will be investigating other income producing activities for the coming year. So if anyone has any ideas, please contact one of us. We will be in discussions with the GM and the board concerning the remodeling of the upstairs of the adult center. Money has been set aside for this if it is feasible. We are also investigating finishing the inside of the Post Theater. Our next meeting will be September 14th. Respectfully submitted, HN Bidder.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, email votes. We had one email vote, and that was the Patton Hall support beam and fascia also. We're testing out electronic board packets, so bear with me. The motion was to approve the damage support beam by BMG for $11,300. It was a unanimous vote, and I think we are happy with the results of the beam and the look of it, which is except for the downspout. And that's the only email vote we had. So moving on to discussion items, unless anybody has anything they want to add about that?
No.
No? Okay. One moment, like I said, we're seeing how this works. This is one we're just testing. It was free.
Hope so.
Okay. Sorry, I need to look at my agenda here. I want to say something before we get to the first item. If I could find it. Okay, the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District, if I've said that in the right order, reached out to speak with us and have a discussion about the pool and filling the pool. And a couple of, or I don't know who was supposed to come, but is there anybody here from the Groundwater District? Oh, Jeanette. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought one of the board members were gonna.
We anticipated board member. That's okay. We anticipated board member, but we know you're the boss.
Not really. Okay. But before, hold on, let me just say, I know there's a lot of tensions for, with the water and everything else, but this discussion is about the pool, and the ideas of what could possibly be done, and that's, yes. So we'll have our discussion, and then if we'll have the members will have a chance to speak.
I didn't come for a big one. By the way, my name is
Janelle
Janelle.
Oh, you'll have to.
You can feel free to
right.
move the microphone. Yeah.
My name is Janelle Holmes. I've been around for many years here.
Outstanding member.
Sir?
Outstanding member.
Yes. I did work here at Fort Clark for 31 and a half years. So I certainly understand what you're saying. Revolving door, working dogs, and people speeding. So there's no sense about it. No, I'm on behalf of the board of directors of the Groundwater Conservation District. We're, obviously all concerned about the spring going dry, and the fact that there's no water in the pool. So we were just reaching out, wanted to reach out to, the Fort Clark board and see if there was, had any interest in it, like a working group. We'd be glad to do what we can to, help to come up with some suggestions, ideas, whatever, just kind of a round table discussion. So I'm just here to offer, I guess, not necessarily assistance, but to help any way we can. If you decided to have a working group with a number of ones involved in it, we can't have been a governmental entity. There's just certain things that we can do with our, funds, primarily taxpayer money.
Well, so let me ask you a question. Are you aware of the research, or is the water district aware of what the research that we've done so far on the pool and what could be done?
No,
Okay.
that's part of what this is, I think, to reach out. We've heard different rumors, but don't know anything, just offering assistance to the Fort Clark board.
Well, we've had a company come down and look about doing some sort of recirculation system in the pool. We really can't do anything below ground. It would have to be a mobile type thing due to the historical nature and the type of pool we have and the major amount of work it would take to dig up. But even with a system like that, we're looking at it would be possibly $100,000 or more. And the other thing is then to maintain something like that. If we were to do a pool like that, we're looking at $60,000 easy a year just for electricity and chemicals and labor and that type of thing. So that's kind of where we've been so far.
Okay.
So we appreciate that you guys have reached out to discuss with us, but the biggest thing is it's not the pool. The pool is a symptom of the problem. The spring is the problem for us. It affects everything.
But yes, but until it begins to flow again, just discussion about how to get water in the pool. I will say that there's several of the farmers and it can't, unfortunately can't be done because of the level of the water in most wells, but had come forward, mentioned that they would be happy to pay for, filling the pool periodically during this time. But with the situation as is, and I understand, I think y'all have reached out to MUD, and it's understandable because they don't want their water level to drop any more than it has.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping this little system that's down in the Gulf right now will go ahead and work into a tropical storm or something, and we'll get some good rains next week. But that was the only thing that I was here for, is just to offer help, assistance, not guidance, but assistance in meeting with some of the board members, our group, to have a roundtable discussion on getting water in the pool.
I just have a curious question regarding the groundwater district and the board members. Even if they could help us, where are they gonna get the water from?
Pardon me?
If they could help us, where are they gonna get the water from? Because MUD doesn't have the water to sell us.
No.
Spring is not flowing, so where would the groundwater district locate water to help us?
Okay, that I don't know, that's not part of it. It was just to see if you had any interest in, working, some group working together to try to come up with
Absolutely.
some
I'd be
ideas.
willing to talk to anybody about it,
Yes.
especially if they have a magic wand.
The property is y'all, so it's kind of y'all reaching out to but I just reaching out to whoever to offer any kind of assistance possible. And we just wanted to let you know that we will stand ready to work with the committee.
Okay.
Thank you
Well,
very
we
much for coming.
appreciate you. Yeah,
Sorry?
we do. We appreciate it. Yeah, we appreciate you reaching out. Does anybody else have anything on the board they'd like to say?
Yeah, Lisa, you mind if I ask a question?
Go ahead.
It's John White.
You mentioned that that y'all had available funds. Well, you mentioned two things. You mentioned that off a memo statement that if the water was available, that farmers would be willing to pay for it. But you also mentioned that as a taxing entity, y'all have funds available for, we'll just say some type of hypothetical project. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, we're limited on what we can, the groundwater district is limited on what we can do with our funds because of being a governmental entity. Certainly we do scholarships every year, but there's, as far as just money for a big project, we can't, that's something we just can't do as with any other governmental entity, yeah. And as far as your question about the farmers, there were, I think, 3 that had just indicated they would have no problem paying for several times for filling the pool. And so that was all that was.
Okay. So I'm just going to kind of insert a small, minute amount of my opinion, but also just the observation would be that I just have a question that you can take back to the board, is that how would a taxing entity for Kinney County that taxes all of Kinney County provide assistance for a private HOA that would benefit only that private HOA, but yet the dollars generated came from the entire county?
Okay, I'm not saying that I'm saying that we would be willing to sit down and work with, the board would be willing to sit down, some of the board members, and with a working group to discuss this. As far as what we could do monetarily, that's something we'd have to check with our attorney on. Because it's taxpayer money, and we can't just spend it for whatever we think is a good cause. Does that kind of answer your question? Because it is taxpayer money. Anything we spend the money on, it's supposed to benefit everybody in the county, all the taxpayers in the county.
Yes, ma'am. It does answer my question, and I think we're in agreement. Unfortunately, I think that we should have just done this through an email. It doesn't sound like there's even one single thing that we could discuss that would be beneficial at this moment. I really appreciate you coming, but
The reason was just to reach out and see if your board, let your board know that we are interested, if you want to form like a working group or something.
Absolutely.
Well, it sounds to me like what she made clear was that the district.
The mic.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, maybe a little closer, sir.
Sounds like to me that she made clear that the district is very limited. The availability of funding from the district is limited and maybe nothing at all. But that there were some farmers that had approached her or other members of the district that said they would like to contribute.
Yes, but the problem with that is they said that they would contribute to, filling the pool. I guess periodically take turns or something. For what length of time, I don't know. But then they told us, with mud being, with their water levels dropping, they can't. And I think the board had wanted to maybe have water at one time, and mud told them, which is understandable.
So I thought maybe let me make a suggestion. If you go back to the district or to those individual farmers, I'm thrilled that you're here today and that you're extending this what sounds like something of an offer. But if you go back to those farmers and say, hey, let's get specific about it. If they want to, and if the water is available or the correct use of the water is available, and they'd like to fill the pool, then
what they were talking about, because obviously we couldn't truck it from it, wouldn't be feasible to try to truck as much 3.2 acre feet from out there that would, in other words, paying mud for it. But then with the mud water levels,
I think the window between the spring not flowing and mud well being too low is pretty tight.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
also, we can pay for the water to fill the pool because we just charge when we do that and we got back way more than we paid in. So
Yeah,
that's a great offer, but not a solution.
Right.
yeah.
Main thing is just to see if you had any interest in our board members or a couple of them,
So,
three, whatever, would be willing to work if you happened to form a group to. consider
Lisa, may I
different
ask you
ideas.
a
So that's
question?
all it was.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, John.
May I ask, I can't hear in the
Okay.
crowd so well, so just asking you if,
Yes.
can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So, I'm still somewhat confused.
Gino, can you hear me?
Why, I can hear a little bit, but I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Yes.
But why is the groundwater conservation district sending their general manager to come talk to us about somebody else buying us water? Why did the farmers not contact us directly?
No, sir. You're missing. I think
Why
missing.
the groundwater conservation district represents the county of Kinney.
Yes.
Why are you here to talk to us about as a go-between or a broker between a farmer buying water for the pool?
No, sir.
Well, I don't
You're
think that was
misunderstanding
the,
me.
No,
I don't think that was the gist of it. The gist of it was to see if we wanted to work together, form a committee to look at the issue with the pool.
Yes.
Okay, all right, sorry, I'm just slightly misunderstanding. I think it's because I can't hear very well what's coming from the crowd. I can only hear what y'all are saying, really.
Okay. And we do appreciate you coming and,
But I will tell John, I just mentioned this about the offer, if you will, from the farmers, just not on behalf, certainly not on behalf of the farmers. They had just said to us that they would be willing to fill up the pool several times, but then not realize, they were not realizing that
Mud.
how mud plays into it. So that was it. I'm certainly not here on behalf to say that this is something they're going to do. It's just something they had mentioned to us there at the office. The only thing I'm here for was just to offer assistance with the working group.
well, and we would definitely be open to some sort of, because we want to keep the lines of communication open and work to figure out ways of, to conserve, to have the opportunity to conserve and because like I said, and I think I'm speaking for the board, the pool is a symptom of the spring and we would love to have the spring or the pool filled. We would love to have our events in that. I mean, because it does damage our income and the values for the residents but the main thing is that spring has been here. I mean, none of us would be here. The fort wouldn't have been put here. The town wouldn't be here.
Yes.
The Indian, all the culture that's here because of that spring.
Yes.
And that is our concern, not, the pool
Yes.
just is the visible. Yeah.
And this is Fort Clark Springs, and you guys are the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District. So we need a spring, and we need you guys to help us conserve.
Yes.
So I guess the answer to yours is that yes, we would, like to form some sort of committee to work with you all.
Okay.
On conservation.
Thank you.
We're ready. Thank you for coming, Janelle.
Someone else.
Yes, sir.
If I could, ma'am, I have would it be my turn now? Is that all right?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
I want to say though, I understand the vitalness of the spring and everything else, but I don't want us to get down a trail.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
That's not the plan.
Okay.
I did want to address the board today. David Palmer, thank you for that opportunity. Following up on what Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District has proposed, and I think that's a great idea. I'm glad to see that the board will cooperate and meet with them. That's an important, communication is key, and that's what needs to happen, and I'm glad to hear that today. What I'm here today to do is present some information that I have that's extremely relevant to the spring and our efforts to be mindful of what's going on and make efforts to conserve and efforts to bring back the spring. So what I'd like to do is hand out some information that I have. I got one for everybody here, I think.
And then,
All right.
if you want to put one for John over there when he comes back.
Okay, I'll have one for him.
You can click when you're done.
Did you get one?
No, I think. Here we go.
All right, so
Thank you.
everybody have one of those, and then I'll have one for myself that I'll address from the mic. So this letter is from Dr. William R. Hutchinson, who's the hydrology expert hired by the Groundwater District to advise them on the data and what it means and provide what he thinks are solutions to the issues that data drives in this county. And you can see it there, and I encourage you to read this in its entirety. I'm not going to do that at all today, but it includes a lot of information that everyone in this county should be aware of. Particular important parts of this that I'd like to point out is on page 2, about halfway down, it says the performance standard is stated as each year data on annual precipitation from Quad 807 obtained from the Texas Water Development Board and end of the year Las Moras spring flow will be collected. Results will be reported as an agenda item at the first board meeting after the annual precipitation data are available from the Texas Water Development Board, and final, not provisional, Las Moras Springs flow data are available from the USGS. This letter is dated June 3rd and was given to the board on or about that date, well before the last meeting that they held. I knew that that was the case by personally contacting Dr. Hutchinson, and he informed me that this was to be produced by him, and the board also confirmed that they had it. I called over there on the Monday, I guess a week and a half before the board meeting occurred, on what, the 12th, I guess it was. And they told me they had it, but I couldn't get it until after the meeting, and that's when I received this product, after the meeting occurred on the 12th. So there it is for you, public information. Parts of this I'd also, and I'd also like to point out, I'm not sure why that paragraph I just read was not complied with. It says they would present that at that meeting, but it was not presented. That would be something to ask them.
David, I have one question.
Yes,
this
sir.
one says 2024, but the remaining pages say 2023, so this last year's information?
This would be, it is June, this is a 6-month, but this letter is to prove if the desired future condition was met for 2023. Real quick on what the desired future condition is, I think it explains it pretty well in here, but any groundwater board across the state has to establish a desired future condition. It's what they are tasked to manage to. The desired future condition is listed here. It's supposed to be 24, I want to say it's 23.9, right around 24 cubic feet per second, average annual flow in Las Moras Spring. The proof of that and the way that's determined if they meet that is in this document, and you can see that. What happened last year, and that was a good segue into my point right here. I want to say it's on page 3, and you'll see a chart there on page 3 that shows the data point for 2023. And I would just like to read, however, the 2023 data point is outside the high and low bounds, which means that the DFC was not achieved for 2023. So that's an important fact. That has not been released. You heard it here first, I guess. Questions?
Just so that I understand, this is saying that in 2023, the water should have been, by 2023, the water should have been at a certain level?
Over the year, the average flow in the spring should have been 23.9 CFS.
Okay, but that's not the case June 2024.
Now that's not the case, but the way they manage is every year they attempt to manage how they do things to reach that goal. That's what their charter
And they
is.
didn't reach it.
They did not.
Oh, okay, that's what I was trying to get to.
The flow right now continues to be zero, so that, is for 2024 when it's determined in June of 25 if they met the goal in 2024.
We already know what didn't happen.
They're working on that. No, in the future, and the way it's measured is a long story, and I'd love to answer any questions. I'm available for any, consultation. I'll give you my, opinion. All I know. Can't guarantee it's, perfect, but I can tell you what I know. But it's a long story.
Yeah.
All right, so then in the last page of this document, I would like to read what the conclusion is. And there are several conclusions, but I'm looking at the last page and it continues on to the very last page just above the signature from Dr. Hutchinson. So he states, as noted above, one of the objectives of the ongoing studies is to better characterize the connections between pumping and spring flow reduction. This work is expected to be completed by the end of 2024. It is expected that the results of the work will be an integral part of the analyses and provide the technical foundation for the policy deliberations of the updated proposed DFC due on May 1st, 2026. Once those studies, and I emphasize once those studies are completed and the DFC is updated, more specific management options regarding groundwater pumping reductions to the specific wells that impact spring flow can be developed and incorporated into an updated management plan.
2026? Until 2026.
That, to me, means the Kinney County Groundwater Conservation District will delay any significant productive decision until the summer of 2026. If that's inaccurate, somebody can correct me in that, and please do that. But from what I've seen, that's what that says. And from what I saw at the meeting on the 12th, which Jason and I were in attendance, it was eye-opening. Please watch the video, all you out there. It'll be posted soon. We can figure out what date that'll be posted, I'm sure today at this meeting. But that will be posted, and what was seen at that meeting needs to be seen by all the concerned citizens of this county. Questions on that? I got more. I'll make this. I know you're busy, but I got another quick fact. I got one more handout for y'all.
Can you answer this one question? I don't know if you know this or not. Mr. Hutchinson is a contracted person by the county, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long Mr. Hutchinson has been a contractor?
Yeah, at least a decade.
Okay, so then the residents of Kinney County, which includes Fort Clark, which is not separate from Kinney County, have been paying the salary of this gentleman who's been providing this information to us, correct?
Correct.
Yes, and the answer is usually, well, we're waiting on the science. Well, we've been waiting on the science. So.
Real quick on that, in the Texas Water Code, Chapter 36, it says the board will manage with the best available science. There's legal definitions of best available science. I checked counsel I have privy to, and won't tell you who that is, but I'm related to her. She informed me that best available science, available, then it goes into the water code. It says what studies are available. What science and studies that have been done are available. Are is a present tense verb, I've been told.
Not will be, yeah.
So basic available science implies available, which means, now it's in stock. You go to the grocery store and they have the ketchup you want, you pull it off the shelf and you buy it. So that's what it, means. But this letter also, so the second part of this little talk I'd like to continue is a letter from Kip Smith Law Firm, Deborah Trejo, who is a water lawyer who's well-respected and well-trained and employed by several concerned parties in this discussion, or in this part of Texas law, let's say. You can read that there, but this has been read and referred to, and there's a lot of talk, and this talk has been perpetuated by members of the Groundwater Board too, but not to make this a conflict here, but Tony can attest to this, and I'm going to end with a little analogy, but lawyers express their opinions, and those opinions vary. So this is an opinion. And the last paragraph is what I would like to highlight, and I'm not going to read it, but just to, pick some key terms out of here. It talks about the proposed critical period management plan that was submitted by the Rules Committee. It was signed by Jason and I and several other members of the Rules Committee as an option for the Groundwater Board to consider. This legal opinion says that submitted critical period management plan was a reasonable legal approach to address the district's obligation to protect groundwater resources. It's called consistent with the approach taken by other districts, and it's important for the district to draft rules that articulate how this critical period management plan would work. The district should require permit holders adopt and implement conservation plans signed Deborah C. Trejo, attorney. So please read that and consider that. And I'd like to end with just a little analogy. I had the privilege to be on the jury that recently had a smuggling case in town. Operation Lone Star, we all know what's going on. There was an arrest made on a smuggling case, and the defendant was accused of smuggling 5 individuals. So I was actually on the jury for that case. In any case, and Tony, you can vouch for this, and talk to the board about how things are decided. The defense was super professional. The defense was a team of 2 or 3 lawyers. They presented what they felt should happen in that case. They presented expert facts. They presented their legal opinion. And one of the lawyers that got up, he had the verdict sheet, and he got up there and did a very eloquent speech, and he put X's on all the non-guilty spots on that sheet and said, jury, it's your duty to find this defendant not guilty. Then the other side of the argument gets up, and they had their experts. One of their expert was the officer that made the arrest. And they had their lawyers, who are, again, well-trained, professional, well-spoken lawyers. They got up and said, jury, it's your duty to check these boxes. Guilty. Check, check, check. 5 counts. So the jury was charged to decide what to do. We're charged to enter that argument. As 4 members, we got to do what we can do. And I would propose, I guess I'm going to end with, I'd like to propose an item on the agenda for discussion, possible action, to allocate funds to get our own professional. Those exist. They have different opinions. I think we need to do that. I think we need to get legal counsel that specializes in this issue. You can see there that different professionals have different opinions on what can be done about this issue. Please consider this option and discuss it on a future next month, hopefully's agenda item, possible action. Any questions for me?
David, I have one question, just for clarification on your last part. what you're suggesting is that the membership consider consulting with a professional attorney to file a lawsuit?
No, sir, not to file a lawsuit necessarily, no.
Or hire someone to double check?
Not necessarily even to double check. I think we should, as a board concerned about our spring, basically appeal our death sentence on this document from Dr. Hutchinson. 2 years with no action is troubling, and it's not, you know, we could pray for rain, and I'll pray for rain. I'm all about that, but we can do more. And my proposal is that we use funds that are budgeted for this, you know, HOA to no, I'm not saying create a suit or file a suit. I'm saying advise us on what can be done, and then what those professionals propose that could be done could be brought to the groundwater board as options. Right now, you know, and I've asked members of the board, Charlie Gaines specifically, hey, would you ever consider a second opinion? You know, if you go to the doctor and he gives you bad news, you might get another doctor and have a second opinion, and that has not been an option. You know, I would propose they use tax dollars to get a second opinion, but that has not been received any traction, and I feel like we need to do it ourselves.
Well, that's where I'm conflicted. Why would the county entity be the Kinney County Groundwater District? They're a county entity, as you say, they're only going with one opinion, and they're not getting a second opinion to make sure the first opinion is correct?
No, sir.
And this is Kinney County tax dollars?
Sir.
Not being used to get a second opinion?
They don't feel it's necessary. I mean, that's what I think, and if you would ask them, I believe that's what you would hear.
It happens all the time. It's not uncommon at all for different stakeholders, and I think Fort Clark and its members are definitely stakeholders.
Yes, sir, I would call them
in this, and it's, having been an attorney for over 40 years and lived to the east of here, I was somewhat involved, but certainly able to observe what happened in groundwater districts in that area, and clearly there was litigation by various stakeholders due to the action or inaction of tax collecting entities. So this is not extraordinary. It's not out of the ordinary that it would be necessary for one or more of the stakeholders in this process to choose to engage to litigate the issue if they believe that the agency in control is either acting improperly or not acting properly, depending on your point of view. And so I like your suggestion, David, of this board on behalf of the membership considering to engage an attorney or a law firm well versed in this subject, simply to be poised to proceed with taking action if it's necessary. We clearly are as much of a stakeholder as all the farmers and the citizens of this community.
Sir.
And I would even go so far as to say maybe on a little different level, but we definitely have a keen interest in.
Just like in that trial, I've almost sat on jury several times, and in light of the facts that come out of different opinions from different sides of the argument, plea deals happen, you know, so I would like to see, you know, you don't use the nuclear option, you know, first. You use, I know this, consider this.
Yeah.
How's it go?
Yeah.
Then we go from there.
Well, you know what led up to you, maybe not necessarily to you being here, but prior to your discussion, Janelle Hobbs was here making an offer for future discussion. I like that. I'm encouraged by that. The result of that discussion could get us to a point of having to use the nuclear option.
Hopefully it doesn't, but
Hopefully
it might.
it doesn't.
It
Right.
might.
But you're right. Having been involved in the criminal justice system, it's necessary to reach plea deals. Otherwise, you can't try every single case, and we would spend the rest of our lives simply fighting, and that's not productive.
No, there's enough of that already.
We do that enough.
Okay,
In regards to avoiding the nuclear option, and I'm in agreement. An olive branch has already kind of been extended by the volunteer people who were part of the committee, the volunteer committee, rules committee, that was created to provide a plan. So one olive branch has already been extended, correct? By members in this community?
You calling the proposed critical
rules.
period
Yeah.
management plan an olive branch?
Or an attempt, that's an attempt's being
Just
made.
communicated.
That product and the rules committee, and that's not the only thing that came out of the rules committee, and most of, we could go into that in more
Well, I was
detail. I don't
gonna
want
say,
to get into
we're getting
that,
down in the weeds now,
but
My point is that an attempt has been made, and we're gonna continue making attempts.
it was attempted to provide the board with things to consider after the rules committee spent a significant amount of time examining the issue.
Gotcha.
In that video, though, you'll see the result of that. I'd like to not address that now, but
Yeah.
please watch the
Yeah.
video relative to that meeting and you can see the results of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
Thank
have
you,
just
David.
one comment. So I want to thank all my fellow board members for the concern and potential level of commitment that you discussed in this meeting. I want to remind all the membership that in November, 4 of the 7 groundwater district seats are up. If you do not see the changes that we need and deserve, take yourself to the polls and let your voice be heard. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. We need to move on because we're way off course.
Can I say something?
In regards to,
To the drought and everything, is there a way possible of have Bud or maintenance go check that gate valve down there on Scales Road? Because if you go over there now, you can check out the sprinkler system along those trees on Scales Road. Just go down there and look at it, and you see where it's not properly turned off. It's been running for over a month, and you can see the water trail that the ground been saturated for so much. You got a water puddle there that's going down the road, going down inside it. It's not getting, the trees are not getting proper water.
Scales.
Scales Road,
I know, but where on Scales Road, Keith?
along the walking track. You know
Oh,
where all
okay.
those trees are?
Okay.
You got a sprinkler system?
That's a sprinkler system.
Yeah,
yes.
just on this side here, those have been run for a month. Well, over a month, just look at it, you can see where the water's been sitting there for so long, it's saturated so much.
okay,
And it got a 10-foot section of water going down.
Charlene is
in
writing
different
that down.
areas.
Charlene
Yeah,
is
so I'll
writing that
have a
down.
look at it,
It was fixed about 6 months ago, but it broke again.
What, you mean, just put a new gate valve in it then? Because that's that is wasting water. I mean,
Totally
that's-
understand,
yeah.
I'll have my maintenance look at it, but here's something that I would put a suggestion out. If somebody sees a leak like that, don't wait. Call, because we don't know, sometimes we don't know, we don't see it.
But that's part of his job as being a
It is,
supervisor,
but
you're supposed to be
we
looking
do
at
have
that stuff.
2,700 acres of land.
Yeah, but that's basic, he goes up and down that road.
But you
Okay.
be a team player, and you can call us and let us know which would help us as well, or
Thank you,
not.
Keith.
Yeah, I got.
He must have scales on his eyes.
I'm happy with it now.
We'll go look at it.
All right. Let's move on to the next discussion item, which is the collections policy and fees. I I just wanted to, I don't like this
More
thing, just-
technology.
More technology. For one, refresh, because Charlena and everyone has been working really hard on our accounts receivable. And I'm looking for what I'm looking for.
You just don't bring out the brain.
Yeah, off my brain is the problem. Okay, so we have a collection policy that was done, and I just wanted to highlight a couple of the things on there as a reminder, and that we are diligently trying to get where we need to be. We need the members to pay their assessments. Most of the members are current and everything else, but we have a lot that are not. And as we are trying to move forward and repair and take care of the things that need to be taken care of, everything that everybody wants and sees that's broken, or the neglect that's been happening for years. So I guess this is kind of we're just putting those that are delinquent on notice in a nice way.
We're coming for you.
We're coming for you. In our policy, you are delinquent 30 days from the due date, period. And we don't have to send out a courtesy note. We don't have to. We can go straight to a 209 letter and say you must bring these up to date. And if you don't, then we can send you to collections. Now, Charlena has been reaching out. Her and the staff have been calling some, sending some polite letters depending on the delinquency. The other thing that it states is that we can also charge 10% interest on any of these late fees or any of the late assessments, which we have not been doing. And it's a discussion the board is going to have about whether we need to institute that, because it has to be painful enough that the people will bring their assessments up to where they are, or we'll never be able to move forward as an association. And that any payment that's not full does not constitute a forgiveness of what's left. It's like all of it needs to be brought up. Y'all know I'm not a good speaker, I apologize. It is the responsibility of each owner of a lot in the property to provide their mailing address and to promptly notify the association of any changes to our mailing address. Because if we send it to the wrong address, there is no excuse when we finally find a person that they weren't notified, because it is the member's responsibility to keep an updated mailing address with the association. So I just wanted to bring that up and to stress that we are focused on the past due accounts and working diligently to bring them up, because it is not fair to the members that are paying and not seeing, we can't accomplish everything we need to accomplish with these late assessments. And I think that was all I wanted to say on that, other than the members that are delinquent are robbing from the rest of the membership by not paying what's due. And we are focused on that. So we want you to know that we're not just letting them lay there. Memo's put a lot of time into it. Charlena, the staff, everyone. So we have their names.
Ms.
We
Cavender,
know where they live.
out of curiosity, would you know percentage-wise, is it less than 10% that are not paying?
I would say it's more than that.
Yeah.
More than
I can
10%?
get you a
10%.
percentage on our next meeting,
Okay.
because I was not prepared for that.
Yeah.
But I will say this, my staff has been calling people, we've been emailing, we've been sending out letters. My concern only is when I have people that come in here and they tell me it's our fault. And that's constantly, because we didn't send out a notice. So it really makes my staff feel bad. It takes a lot of my time to tell them that at the end of the day, as nicely as I can, that it's your responsibility at the end of the day. You bought the property, you bought your home, whatever it is that you did, your FRM, it is your responsibility to pay. And then when I have forgiven late fees and put people on payment plans, then they have them put not so nice things on Facebook, which is kind of a slap in the face. And I feel that my staff is working very hard. We care about the fort. We care about the people that are paying. We care about the historical aspect. We are trying to do our very best to bring it to where it needs to be. And we would really like cooperation and people to appreciate when they do forgive the late fees and just give you, this is what you owe without the late fees. So I just kind of wanted to put it out there, but I appreciate all of you that do pay. Thank you. And I appreciate you with all my heart. And we are still continually working, but we do have to move electronically. We really do, because it costs us money to send out letters and stuff like that. That's why I need everybody's emails, so I can send you emails constantly. So I appreciate your help.
Does anybody else have anything they want to add to that?
Lisa, if I may, I just want to give all y'all praise. Lisa, Memo, Jason, on organizing things out, all the staff, Charlena and Triumvir. I mean, y'all, if people understood the mess that's been cleaned up so far, they would all be up there giving y'all praise. And so thank you all for doing that. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
Unless there's any comments, we're going to move to the next item. Property tax protest. I just wanted to give an update because we have protested all of the common property. Tax code 2318 states, I wrote my screen again. Now I gotta make it bigger. No, I can't find it. Anyway, it states that as an HOA, our property values are connected to our amenities. So if we didn't have all the amenities, our property values would lower. So that means your houses are taxed at a certain rate. Well, that means that our amenities should be taxed, which is what Property Code 23.18 says, at a nominal rate. At this point, we are not being taxed at a nominal rate, and we do feel, and just like all our other discussions on attorneys, everybody has an opinion, but we have approached an attorney, and their opinion is that we are being overtaxed on our common property. So we have filed a protest for every single one of those and sent them and given them a letter. We feel it's our fiduciary responsibility to pursue this to see what can be done about it. It would be wrong of us not to. It may come down in the end that we don't get anywhere, but at this point we feel that this is it's very plain to read. If anybody wants to go read it, that obviously most HOAs, their pool is taxed at like $1. You know, so all of that kind of stuff is being taxed at a market value, and if it works out, I mean, potentially the tax liability could be reduced by $60,000 to $80,000. So, you know, it's going to cost us a little for an attorney, but you know, none of us want to look back 5 years from now when somebody else decides to check into it and ask ourselves, why didn't we, you know, pursue this to make sure. So,
just out of curiosity, this has been going on for many years, correct?
I think this code is from was instituted 10 years ago. I don't know the date. 10 years. Yeah.
So approximately they've been paying tax on 10 years.
Yes, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
That's the argument.
And unfortunate because the government, you know, we can't get it back, but we can move forward. So that's what we'd like to do. Does anybody else on the board want to say anything before I take questions? Nope. Mr. Palmer?
Lisa, real quick, relative to that, I assume the spring is an amenity that factors into the tax equation. Maybe that's a bad assumption.
The pool. I don't think we're taxed on the spring other than just the acreage. I would have to double check that.
The spring doesn't add to the value of the property?
Well, it adds Well, yeah, but tax
I'm not sure about
wise,
how that
no.
works, no. Okay.
Yeah, tax wise, I don't think so, as far as our property tax. But yes, it absolutely affects the value of everything.
Thank
you. Dee Dee?
Yes,
Can you
will
come
there
up?
be a public hearing on this, with the tax office at some point?
We go before the review board, but I don't know that
not
it's a
gonna be
public.
Okay,
I mean, they've
how that
not said
process.
anything, yeah.
Okay.
Travis?
So I applaud you for what you're doing and the way that you're going about doing this. And I know that John was on the front end of looking at that research, and I think he has an awesome point, and I'm glad he found that. I think where David was going with asking about the pool, and there's an example of this. So number 14 and 15 Colony Row, at some point during their rehab, they were placed into a construction status, which lowers the taxable value of that property while it's in that status. And so I think possibly where you're going is if the pool is being taxed at some percentage or some value, if it is in a state that it's unusable and we are doing work on it, or we're just having to maintain it because it's not usable, we may be able to place that property in a status that lowers that from year to year. Another thing is that any of the buildings that we're currently working on that we aren't using, for example, theater, if we have that in a situation where we've made the decision to close that and it's going to be an extended amount of time, we ought to look at placing that property into a construction status and therefore lowering that taxable value until it's back into a place. So just more, as you get going and you're doing these things, just more fuel to the fire of if you're already in that space, things that can be done to continue to lower that tax rate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis, just a side note question. MUD is having their meeting this Tuesday, not Wednesday, correct?
Yes, I was going to wait for announcements, but
Okay.
since you opened that up, can I do it now?
Go ahead.
So MUD meeting will be on Tuesday this week at 9 a.m. It's a very important meeting for everyone to come to. There will be a lot of policy. So this is the meeting. It's either done in May or June every year. We redo all of our policies, and yes, there will be some that you're not interested in, travel policies, all of that. But in that section is the drought contingency plan that we are currently using, which was first enacted in 2012. It's ratified each year. So please come to that meeting and hear about how that's talked about, why it's put in place, the provisions that they have, the things that we need to talk about, sort of some of the timing things that David spoke about earlier. And so please just come to that meeting if you can. That will be discussed again at 9 a.m. on Tuesday at the MUD office.
Trevor, one more question, I'm sorry. And it's off the top topic, but we're on TV land, because I know you all don't record anything over there. Where is the mud water today? Are we good?
Mud level?
So
yeah, I mean, are we good, or is it going down faster?
So
or?
the mud level, and so let me speak from two standpoints. One, the mud level is below where we can actually produce any water other than what is for drinking and sewage purposes. What I have seen historically, and I've shared this with some of the port team members, is that once it gets below 20 and then 25, it seems as though the formation where our actual well is placed actually starts to drop faster. It's not a continuous kind of drop off, but once you get past that 20-25 foot range, it just starts to drop and then just continues down. And you'll see us progress through our water stages at that point.
How deep is the well?
Our well sits at right above 1,000 feet.
Okay, so but how, right now there's volunteer restrictions.
Correct.
When is mud kick in mandatory restrictions?
So mandatory restrictions, I believe, come at the second level. Unfortunately, the way the plan reads currently, and I'm going to put on my Fort Clark citizen hat at the moment, the actual punitive portion of that does not start until stage 5. And that is something that I would like you all to come and read and talk about and look at. If you'd like a copy of the plan beforehand, please come talk to me. There have been several water entities across the state change how they actually enforce those deals. One of the major issues that we have, and y'all face this as well with code enforcement, we don't have a code enforcement officer. We don't have that sort of situation, so it relies on the employees and the staff to do that as double duty. Other entities have taken a look at this because of the way that they service their communities, and I have examples of that which will be presented at the board, but yes, it does not start until I believe stage 5.
Maybe architectural committee could do that.
Well,
You think we have trouble getting volunteers now?
yes. Thank you.
This old Benny can handle it.
I'm afraid you said it.
Does the, tax, go back to the tax thing, on the 2,700 acres, I know the buildings get taxed now, so on and so forth, but the units that are not buildable on, but they are platted, platted land, was the tax rate on the platted land more than on green areas?
I would say yes.
Yes, but not as much as it could be. But that is definitely something that's on the radar for, we really need to, once we audit everything we have and look at our non-conforming, we really need to deplat.
Yeah.
And take care of a lot of things, yeah.
Because if you turn it back into pasture land or hunting land, that's a different type of rate too.
That's the goal.
It's just gonna take quite a bit because there are still a lot of deeded non-conforming and we have to see, legally, can we move them all to one unit of non-conforming and deplat,
If you could deplat it, then you would offer them another unit.
If we can find them. A lot of them have not.
Yeah, a lot of
been
them
a decade
we can't
or
find,
No, I
15
realize
years.
that, I understand that, but that's the reason I'm saying. For example, I've thought about one, the horse stable area. Okay, that's unit 11.
Yeah.
Well, it's not been,
It's still platted as a.
still platted
separate
as a
property.
unit, but it's not being used as far as building homes.
Well, yeah, because there's one giant lot on
Yeah,
there
well,
that
that's
we're
what I'm
not
saying.
gonna,
Just unplat that one lot and just leave it as a pasture for the horse stable. Would change the value, I think, as far as tax.
Probably get an ag exemption for having, well, maybe not since we rent it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just
Oh,
saying.
no,
what
you're-
change
behind
the
those
tax-
taxes, yeah.
The tax authority. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Bill. Anybody have anything else? Okay, last item is the golf course alteration. Did y'all look at the form?
That's a point for unacted, okay?
Is it not in the package?
No.
No? Okay. So on the course is, all these mounds that my understanding is were left after the golf course was created. Some of them are down the fairway, some of them are on the sides of the greens, and Max would like to remove them all because they're eroding. Grass grows on some, not on others. They're really not beneficial to the course. They really add nothing and do cause some trouble. No, what?
No, they don't add anything to it.
Right. And some of that dirt is probably not good, but some of it probably is still good dirt that we can move. There's some greens that need some shoring up that have erosion. And so it's basically just a labor cost on us to remove those. And then he said,
To move the dirt, really.
yeah, to move the dirt, sift it, use what he can wherever he can. But because, we've created the alteration form, it doesn't need to, it's not a historical, so we're just here to vote on whether we approve to move it and if there are any questions.
Where's he gonna put what he can't use?
I don't know. We haven't got that far.
He'll find a place.
I think at the maintenance area is probably where he's gonna stage some of that as he's moving it around. Because he's gonna have to go through it, sift it, there's gonna be a lot of rocks, and then put it in the areas that need it. Yeah. So.
I hate to throw a wrench in this.
Well, I mean, we're paying them every day anyway, so.
Part of maintenance.
It's just, we're not gonna contract anybody, we're gonna do it ourselves.
He These are not mounds that were there were buildings at one time?
No. They're just
okay.
when they made the golf course,
Oh,
you know,
they
there's a
just
pile
left
over
it.
here
Okay,
and a
okay.
pile over there and,
They're called moguls,
moguls,
golf
golf
moguls.
moguls.
More like decoration.
Well, unfortunately, the water just runs off, but nothing grows, so
Yeah.
it's just piles of rock.
Lisa, I think, I'm sorry, I can't tell if somebody's talking.
No, nobody's, well, Charlene was. I didn't want, I didn't
That's
mean
okay.
nobody, but she's not using
Well,
her
we can interrupt
microphone,
her.
so you can't hear her.
I think maybe a kind of a protective measure, maybe the next step here would be, let's take a scorecard or something to that effect, you know, if we have some digital form of the golf course, and go ahead and denote what moguls would be removed so that we actually have something tangible to vote on instead of saying.
Okay, do you know how many there are?
No, I mean, I could run
Just
through
three
my
by my
brain
house.
here and think about it, but I mean, you know, there's probably, we'll call it 20-ish, maybe 24 mounds that would be removed. And,
Probably more.
something in that ballpark, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I think it would be a lot safer bet for us to be able to have something to look at and say, this is what's going to be affected, instead of just saying all mounds be removed, if that makes sense. Because I could see that as being frowned upon by the membership as an alteration.
Okay.
That we didn't do our due diligence.
Well, and I do have a lot of pictures of most of it, but
Oh.
it is hard to see, and
Are they
we
able to
can't
do like
print
an
them
aerial?
out.
Can they do an aerial too?
I don't know if they'll show on an aerial,
Can you do
but
that?
we could do it by section. You know, if he wants to say work on one hole or whatever at a time.
Lisa,
I just would proceed with caution instead of dynamite, you know what I mean?
Oh, come on,
I mean, I like dynamite, but.
blow it up. You know.
Lisa, I have the map of the golf course, that the meets and bounds map that lays it out. So if what John is suggesting, if y'all want to just drive the course and just make circles on it, I'll send you the map.
Okay, so you have it digitally.
I
You
have
don't
it
have it
digital.
here.
No, I have a digital map that I can, I mean, when I get to my email, I'll get to it and send you the
Okay.
digital map, and then you can just circle as John is asking where the mounts are, and I'll
Okay.
send it to Charlene.
I agree with that though.
Okay.
I really do. And then we can just make a plan to do one at a time. And I think that would be the best course. And then we decide where we're gonna put the dirt. Because it's not gonna get done one day anyway.
No.
So we should have a plan and just say, hey, we're gonna start here,
Sections.
here, after we all agree that we agree.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Absolutely perfect.
doing this. Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't want Tom to get mad at me.
Thank you.
All right, well then we will table this until we can map it out. And I think that is it. Announcements, 4th of July, obviously. I know there are concerns about fireworks and everything else. Charlena and the board will do their due diligence. I mean, that's what we do.
May I suggest something, Lisa?
Yes, sir?
Is it possible that, just a thought, this isn't a unique situation to Brackenville, Texas, right? Having a fireworks show in a dry environment.
Right.
Is there a possibility that we could tailor our fireworks show, maybe not quite so glamorous, but is there a way for us to tailor what we actually purchase to be safer? I don't know whether that's possible. I mean, I know there's fireworks, right, that all the kids like that go 400 feet in the air and blow up, but is there something that we could do?
Not just kids.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that we could mitigate what we actually, because we're in control of that.
Yeah.
We're in control of
Yes.
the purchase.
Yeah.
So could we be mindful of what we do purchase is, to whatever extent may be possible, safe?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes, we can.
Now you derailed my thought.
I like
Thanks,
it.
John.
All right.
But regardless of fireworks or not, we will have a celebration at the pool. It'll be amazing. It'll be fun, and we hope that the whole community joins. So,
Because I know John's gonna help, right, John?
You gonna help, John? Yeah.
He's gonna sell margaritas.
We are adjourned to
He
executive
doesn't have a
session
permit.
He's got a license.
at 11:08.
Dang it.
Okay. All right, we are reconvened from executive session at 1:43. And we have foreclosures to deal with. So do I have a motion for account number 1?
I motion to foreclose account number 1.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Before we go any further, we do have a quorum of 3. Our other 2 members are not here. Okay, do we have a motion for account number 2?
I motion to foreclose 2.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do I have a motion for member account number 3?
Motion 3.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Foreclose, yes.
Motion for item number, or account number 4.
I motion to foreclose 4.
And I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do I have a motion for 5?
I motion to foreclose 5.
Oh, actually,
Actually, no.
No, I motion to take back 5.
do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in
So
favor?
that is not a foreclosure.
That is not a foreclosure.
Correct.
And a motion for account number 6.
I motion to foreclose 6.
I second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, that concludes what we need to vote on. So we are adjourned at 1:45.
Thank you.